Okay, good morning guys. I'm just going to be working on some minotaur sculpts today. There's a set of 4 of them required for the Descent into Avernus project I'm working on. You can see I've done 3 of them so far. They're racking in around about, what's that? 1, 2, 3, about 50 millimeters tall, give or take. So these 3 are already complete. But yeah, checking the listings for the minotaurs in the thing, we need 4 of them. One of the things I've been trying to do is I want you to be able to kind of use these guys without any kind of duplication of models. So, you know, rather than just provide you with one minotaur that you have to print 4 times, I'm giving you 4 different minotaurs, so you get a different kind of feel for each one of them. Make it a bit more interesting for you painting them, but also make it a bit more interesting on the tabletop. Also, if you're going to be using them for a kind of an undead army, you've got the option to have, you know, a rank of these guys and have them all distinctly different, which might mean I end up having to do an extra one with like a standard bearer or something like that, depending upon the rules for you know, undead armies in like mass games like God, I forgot what they're called now, the 9th Age and Kings of War. So I do need to have a little look at the army listings and try and make sure I'm ticking some boxes on them as well. Okay, hopefully no technical issues on stream today. I seem to have got my microphone working, camera looks alright, the screen's working okay, so let's get stuck in with the next one. Okay, so we're going to paste the template. Let me just move my completed one out of the way. Okay, so what do we do for a pose for this guy? I still want him to look skeletal. I don't want him to look like, you know, big badass minotaurs. Big overpowered, not overpowered, but like, you know what I mean. Big and imposing kind of creatures. I want them to look like shambling skeletal remains of them. Okay, let's just delete the, what do you call it? Ruler. I might give this guy a little bit more armour. We've got one guy here with a bit of armour. These 2 guys have got a bit of cloth. Maybe this guy has a bit more plate mail going on. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change his horns, because I've got slightly different horns on all of them, but I feel like this guy needs more different horns. Oh, let me get onto multi-stream. There's my first faux pas. Right, guys, if you're on YouTube and Facebook, I can chat to you now. Let's split those. Just delete the one, and I'm going to go to this tool here, bend curve. I'll grab this little orange thing, pull it up a couple of times, and what that's going to do is give me a few more points to pull. You can use these to deform the thing. You do get some quite undesirable deformation sometimes. You just have to be a little bit careful with it. Oh, I didn't know that was there actually. That's nice to know. So this features a nice little twist tool which I didn't actually know about. So I can get to the point here where I can pivot it around. Okay, it's not entirely useful. Morning Dennis, how are you doing, chappie? Hope you're keeping well, mate. How was your weekend? We had our little breakaway in Wales, it was quite nice. First day we got there was absolutely lovely. The Saturday pretty much hammered down on us for the whole day. Not entirely the whole day actually. We did look out in the middle of the day. But yeah, it rained pretty intensely. And the journey home was just abominable. Hey AD, how you doing? So yeah, so today I'm just working on. I did these guys about a week or two ago, I think. Originally. So we got 3 of these undead minotaurs, skeletal minotaurs. Oh yeah. Good stuff. Did you pick a campaign to tackle? What are you thinking then? Oh, nice. Can't beat a bit of Lego in with the kids, can you? My son's, it was his birthday last week on Wednesday, and he's had a load of Minecraft Lego sets, and he's absolutely loving them. So they basically, if you've not seen the Minecraft Lego sets, they come with all these like little traps and things built in. So like little revolving walls that have skeletons behind them and things. So they are awesome. As Lego sets go, the Minecraft ones are brilliant. And he's just having a lot of fun building them, so I'd recommend them. They're not even that expensive, they're about like 15 quid or something like that for a pretty decent set. You know, for a little one's takes him about an hour or so to build the set on his own. I sit with him and he kind of just tells me about everything and shows me how cool his stuff is. I really rate him. I do. I never used to be a big fan of Minecraft, if I'm honest. And then he started playing it on the Switch and he wanted me to play it with him, and kind of got into it a little bit more, trying to kind of, you know, figure things out. But he just likes having somebody to play with, and we don't let him play online because you never know who's about and what's going on with it. So he just plays like solo modes on everything. Or we play multiplayer local, so like, you know, I play with him a lot. Okay, AD. First bit of advice I'll give you for the D&D stuff is you probably do want to tackle a campaign or something like that, because it's quite difficult to get. What you need is encounter bundles. So you need to make sure the stuff you're doing is kind of the right level of stuff for what people are going to encounter. So the reason I went through, let me just pull up some of my back catalogue stuff and I'll show you what I'm talking about. But so if I go render composites, if I sort these by, let me sort these by date or something, and I'll see if I can show you what I'm talking about. If you haven't played Descent into Avernus, guys, this is going to be a little bit of a spoiler, so just do bear with me. Okay, so we've got bandits, right? So there's we encounter a group of bandits. I can't remember exactly how many it was. I think it was something like 5 or 6. So I did the 5, but then I added a bit of variety to it. So we've got like a few more kind of like variants and stuff. And that was more to kind of take it towards my own game that we're working stuff for, but also just give people a bit of options, a bit of variety in their things. So when we come a bit further down, then City Watch, they were just a novelty project, so they're not actually for anything. Lucinda, she was a character straight out of Descent into Avernus, so like, again, I've taken the character description, I've created that character. Traxigor, the Otter Mage, he was a character straight out of the campaign again. These guys literally are encountered in the set of 3, I think. And what I've done is I've taken the 3 that we encounter, but I've added 2 extras to take it up to a unit of 5, because again in skirmish games people tend to look at 5s as a kind of a ballpark. They can knock it down to 3 if they need to, but if you give them 5 they've got variety and option. Koroks were a novelty project again. More City Watch is still a novelty. So the 2 ghasts, again, a requirement straight out of the campaign. There was 2 of them in there. Set of 8 ghouls, again, the requirement from the campaign was 8. And it's a decent enough number for a kind of a little mob. I will be adding to that number anyway. But again, I'm ticking boxes for what people are going to need in the game. The Infernal Paladin, it doesn't specifically say he has to be on foot and mounted, but he does have like magical spurs in the game which allow him to kind of summon a nightmare steed at any point. So realistically you're going to want both variants. So again, I've just looked at the description of him and the rules and stuff like that and gone, right, this is what I'm making. These guys, again, they come in smallish numbers, I think, but for the sake of anything that's in like really low quantities that can be used as a unit, I tend to try and do as a 5 just to make it a bit more usable. These guys, again, these were straight out of the campaign. They were NPCs that we'll encounter. We've got the skeleton horde. They were don't know why they were all here like this, but oh, we never had them rendered up. They were just late renders. They're not been sculpted for it. But some warrior monks. That was from a different game anyway. So this was my Talarius campaign. So these are just war game troops. Hellhounds. Again, we only encounter 1 in the game. I think, or maybe 2. But I did them as a pack. So we've got a set of 5. Again, the magic number 5 for the war games. Imps, again, 5 imps. We probably encountered far more than that, to be fair, in Descent into Avernus, but they're small enough that I didn't think people would mind having duplicates. Quasits, again, I think I've only encountered 1, but I thought if I'm going to make 1, I might as well at least make 3. So I think do 5 of them because they're not the kind of thing I don't think people are going to use as a unit. They're going to be like familiars, so it was more a case of having options. So we've got the Saracens. So again, these were the Knights of the Shield. We encounter a set of 3 melee guys in the campaign. But while I was making them, I'm thinking like these guys are pretty badass actually. Let's make them into a kind of a group. So I added a couple of crossbowmen because again, these guys they come in the game with sword and shield. Yes, sort of like hand weapons, like combat weapons. But they also have the option of crossbows. So I thought I'll make the melee versions, but then I'll give them a couple of crossbow variants if they want to give the guys crossbows. So it allows you to mix up your encounters a little bit. Then we've got a leader, and I threw an ogre in, and then I did an assassin, and then basically by doing those extra little bits, I've created like a little warband that we can use with like a Saracen flavour. So yeah, absolutely. So see what the encounters are that crop up in the books. DM me on the Discord server actually. Send me a DM on Discord and I'll link you to something that'll be useful for you. But yeah, basically as you go through you can highlight the encounters and mark up what you need. Write a shopping list of what you physically need, and then just kind of go, okay, so we're going to hit, like, again, this guy, Farmer and Haycart, that was a requirement. The Bearded Devils, we only encountered like 1 Bearded Devil in Descent into Avernus, I think, so far. But I made a set of 10 of them. But I did 10 of them because A, I thought they were badass, and B, I thought, I want to see a unit of 10 of these on the table. So I'm multi-purposing them, I'm looking at them in terms of what do I need for the campaign, but what's useful for other purposes. So if you've got like a demon army or whatever it is, these are going to be a nice little proxy for, a lot of different kinds of demons you might want to field. And we get down to some NPC. Zombies, again, I did 6 zombies because we encountered 6 zombies at one point. There's more zombies coming, but at that point in the game I'd only encountered 6. The Wraiths, I don't think Wraiths are even in the game actually. I think I just did them because I was on an Undead roll. And I just wanted to make more Undead stuff, so the Wraiths were kind of in my head, and I thought, oh, I'll do them, that'll be nice. The Cambion, again, we encountered 1 Cambion. This guy's an NPC. These guys are NPCs. This thing here with the flying gloves, this was required, but the rest of them are kind of like, well, if I'm making 1 flying weapon, I might as well make a set of flying weapons, and then it gives people a chance to use whatever they want. Skeletons, again, we've gone for the number 5, so we've got 5 of these, 5 of these, 5 of these. If you get a need for a bunch of skeletons, you just throw a handful on the table and just use whatever weapons they've got. You know, they don't all have to be uniform. You just use whatever you've got handy. The guards, there was a need for about 20 guards, I think, in the game at one point, and I thought there's a lot of guards to be doing. Well, I did them anyway, but I did cloaked and uncloaked variants of them. So again, same poses. I think I changed the heads actually. I think the heads are subtly different from one set to the next. But they've got cloaks on these ones, no cloaks on these, so they look visibly different on the table anyway. Rats is rats. These guys were a different little project. 2 Kenku bartenders, again required for the campaign. More guard variants. So again, I took these guards that I'd made, changed them up a bit. I gave them halberds instead of spears. I gave them different helmets. So these guys are my elite guards. So they have a bit more of an elite vibe about them. So it gives you a chance to feel 2 different levels or 2 different varieties of, you know, bodyguards, city guards, whatever else you want to use them for. These guys, the Court of Cain, we encounter 4 of them sleeping in the campaign, so they're here. The 4 that are sleeping I've also done in this set where they're awake, plus 2 extras. These guys, the Court of Morkel, we encounter those guys again. They're like cultists with flails, skull flails and stuff. And again, you encounter 3 of them kind of like dead at one point, so the 3 dead bodies are there. So like, I've taken everything that's needed like as an asset from the game, and I've kind of worked them into the thing. And there's loads of other stuff. I won't go into any more than that, but it's kind of just to illustrate that the sets are there to kind of like serve multiple functions and you know, to kind of be available, if you like, for the wargamer and the role player. That was bad, wasn't it? Okay. What weapon should I give this big old minotaur? Big club, maybe? Or a sword? Oh, what do you reckon? A nice big choppy sword. That'd be quite cool, wouldn't it? Do you know what do they use? Minotaur skeleton, let me just double check. Okay, just says generic melee weapon attack, so it can be anything. There's no specifics on there, so that's fine. The standard profile does come with slashing damage, so obviously we're looking at something that is going to be quite slashy. So something with a blade on it. I know he's slapping him with the back of his hand, but I think I'll go for the sword option. I think. And that'll deal with the slashing damage issue. So let's make a sword for him. Let's just save it quick. Oh, Dennis, sorry mate, I missed your comment there about the Roblox. We've never let Jacob on Roblox actually yet. He's asked about it a couple of times, but he just forgets about it, to be honest. His mates jab about it a little bit at school, and then he comes home and doesn't say anything from one day to the next. So he knows what it is, but he's not really showed that much interest in it. He's mostly into like his he games like I do. He wants to play games on his own terms rather than like when his mates want him to play. So he's a bit of a lone wolf. Great at making friends, but he knows when he wants his time to himself as well. got a nice big sword for an orc barbarian. I'm going to bring in, I think. Morning, Elston. How you doing, matey? Morning, Rich. Cheers, Elston. I'm pretty sure I've only just saved it, but I will do it again just to keep you happy, mate. Rocking in with a sneak attack, you sneaky little monkey. How are you guys this morning, eh? Happy Elston. What we want to see, a happy Elston. If you have a happy Elston, the world is a good place. What you want today, dude? Very good, thanks, Rich. Had a weekend in Wales, so we went off to Rhyl for a couple of days for the niece's 21st birthday. Boyfriend proposed to her, so they're now happily engaged, and we doubled our journey time home because of torrential traffic and a bad crash on the M6 toll. So, don't you love meetings, Elston? They should be banned, shouldn't they? Pointless meetings should be banned. Yeah, we had we came down from North Wales on the North Wales Expressway, which I think it's a bit of a joke because it's like it's 2 lanes wide. There's nothing express about it. We were doing about 20 mile an hour most of the way down there, so that wound me up. And then we went on to the M56 and we did the drive on there, and it was bucketing with rain and thunder and lightning, like literally bolts of lightning ahead of us kind of thing, and that was just bad. That was slow. So we got down the M6, and again it was still fairly slow a lot of the way because of rain and poor visibility and whatnot. We got onto the bit where the toll road starts, and I said to the wife, I'm going to go on a toll road because it said the toll road was clear. So we were on the toll road for 5 minutes, and then all of a sudden we stopped, and we were stopped dead for 40 minutes or so. And somebody in like a big 80 grand Range Rover had managed to drive too fast, spin it out, and rip the whole front off the car. Completely mangled it. And there was like 4 ambulances, I think, and like 2 police cars there. And then they still charged us, the cheeky bastards. I need to get in contact with them actually today and see if I can get a refund on my thing, because I object to having to pay like £8 to use a toll road to save time when they close the toll road for 40 minutes and or because of somebody who can't drive sensibly. I don't know if you've used the toll road, but like people drive like maniacs on there because I think it's like, you know, it's clear and they can. You get people going in there with a big powerful cars trying to open it up and just like, power through at like ridiculous speeds. It's not on. Yeah, I was not impressed, mate. So we set off at like 3 o'clock and we ended up getting home at 7 o'clock. It should have taken us 2.5 hours. It took 4. Oops, let's turn so much off this bit. Yeah, this is somewhere I think I should be using Zbrushes actually. Let me just load them in. Yeah, it's not even funny, is it? We had it on the way going there. We had the same issue, but it was roadworks. There was a 4 mile long stretch of the road, and there was like 3 sets of traffic lights on this 4 mile stretch, all within about 1.5 miles. I would add of this one road, the A41 it was by Whitchurch, and they dug up all the roads and they got traffic lights on there, but the traffic lights were only letting a couple of cars through at a time, and there was like a 5 or 6 minute delay. Like it was so long that actually Willow at one point she sat there and she went from I'm totally fine to I'm bursting for a wee whilst we were sat on a red light. Hayley got her out of the car, took her onto the side of the road for a wee, got her all cleaned up and got her back in the car, seat belted up and stuff, and the light hadn't even changed to green. That's how long these lights were like on for, and each set of lights we went through maybe 4 or 5 cycles before we actually managed to get through the light. It was honest to God, I've never seen anything so ridiculous. Right, so we're going to go to brush, load brush. I'm still in my downloads I think, so let's go for that one, and come on, that one. Now this soft crack brush, if anybody's Zbrushing, go and look it up. I'm going to post the link to it on our Discord server. But this soft cracks brush, I think I prefer it to warp cracks, which you'll all know I'm a big fan of warp cracks. But this brush is just a joy to use. Look, it's got a you can see this is an warp crack slash, and this is a soft crack slash. Oh, nice. Where you off to, Elston? Well, I hope your journeys are better than my one's been. Oh, nice. While you're in Greece, be wary, mate. I read a thing the weekend about a guy and his family. They'd been on holiday in Greece, and they'd gone for a walk down the beach. There's a restaurant called Eclipse. At this restaurant, they walked up the beach and they'd seen these sun loungers. They were owned by the restaurant, and the restaurant basically turned around, the waiter turned around and said to them, like, you know, you can use them for free as long as you buy a drink. So like this guy had bought a drink, a beer and a like mojito or something like that for him and his wife. And then the waiter's like badgering the kids, "I'll come and have a, you know, get the kids a milkshake as well. The milkshakes are really good." And didn't show them a menu at any point. And they were sat out there for like an hour or so. They decided they'd order some food, and they saw somebody getting calamari, so they ordered some calamari. The waiter says, "Oh, it comes with chips and bread." And he's like, "Oh, sorry, salad and bread." He's like, "Oh, so they're free. We don't have to pay for them extra." He says, "Yeah, they're free. It comes with them." They ordered the calamari and everything else. All the food comes out, and then the waiter brings over a bill for 148 euros for the drinks and the calamari. But then when he charges the credit card, he runs the credit card bill up at 360 euros. And then when he starts contesting it and arguing with it, they all gang up on him and kind of mobbed him out of the restaurant, got rid of him. So yeah, just if you see a restaurant called Eclipse, stay clear. Not that I'm sure you'll be out restauranting and stuff like that if you're there for a wedding and whatever, but hopefully you have a lovely time out there. The weather's a lot better than what we've been having here. So has anybody been hobbying the weekend, doing anything nice? You flying out on your Todd, mate, or you going with anybody else? Would this your first holiday away on your own, is it, or you've been away on your Todd before? Shatterpoint. Everybody's on Shatterpoint nightly, aren't they? Been having a few chats with Max about Crystal Collapse. I'm going to have a little catch up with him this afternoon, actually. I'm finishing the stream about 2 o'clock, so I can have a little bit of a play through some of the new rules with him. I don't know, he was talking about he wants to do the larger scale model like Shatterpoint use. So like 45mm scale or something like that. I think because it's such a small number of models in the game, I think it might pay to do the slightly larger scale anyway, so I think we're probably going to go a similar kind of thing for that. Yeah, everybody's raving about him. It's getting a lot of love, isn't it? Oh, nice. Congratulations, AD. Yeah, it's hard work, isn't it? Like, you put the W word in front of anything and the price just skyrockets through the roof. When we got married years ago, I mean, we got married back in 2012, the wedding cost us like 11 grand or something like that, which we did really well keeping it in on a lower budget. I know 11 grand sounds a lot, but like that's a low budget for a wedding. And our wedding cake, you know, it was a nice 5-tier cake and everything, but it cost us like over 600 quid. And I'd never spend that kind of money on a cake normally, do you know what I mean? But you don't have a choice in the minute you mention the W word. They have you. They know. I don't think I'd if I wasn't already married now, I don't think I would be looking to get married about now. Just because I think it's just, I say, everything's so expensive anyway. I don't think I could afford to do it. Hey, a toast to do. Yeah, oh, it was more than that. It was about 675. Do you know what? Let me see. I'll see if I can show you a photo of it. It's a beautiful cake, but it wasn't ultimately worth the 600 and odd quid. Where do we put them now? This is a sword handle. Let me just unhide the thing. So I'm just making a battered greatsword for an undead minotaur. I'm going to put a little pommel on the bottom there, and we'll sort that one out. The minotaur itself. Let me just grab this and I'll copy it. Here's the minotaur himself. So we've got 3 already done. So this one, and this one, obviously they were done previously last week, the week before. And the one in the middle here that's standing a bit upright, looking like he's holding a spear, that's the one we're doing today. So we're going to go paste this big choppy sword, scale it up so it's an appropriate size. I'm going to take this guy, I'm going to mirror him, because I want the grippy hand on the other side. I'm going to take this, group it, let's place it in his hand so I can get his arm posed up properly. And I'm not going to worry about any armour or anything on him until after I've posed him, so I might do a little bit of chainmail. Yeah. Well, they are for D&D, but they're also for like other games. So what I always try and do is try and make things in like unit sizes so they can be used for things like Warhammer the Ninth Age or Kings of War and other kind of tabletop games. But also I'm making a game of my own, so they'll be able to feature in there as well. Let's just shrink that down a bit because the handles are that a little bit too fat still. In fact, you know what? I think I've oversized the handle, haven't I? Is the problem. That's what I've done. Well, do you know what? No, actually. So I haven't played a great deal of D&D. When I was role-playing, we always used to play Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Because the group of people I used to play with, we used to actually play... we used to play Warhammer as our like main game. So obviously when it came to characters and monsters and everything else, it's a world we're familiar with. It was like a rules. I say the rule system was different. The rule system was new, obviously, because it's a role play game. It works differently. But in essence, the game kind of echoed and mirrored everything we were already familiar with, and we all had all the models for the stuff, so it just worked out. But in terms of actually making stuff for D&D, I've been doing it for 4 years since 2019. I started. I've been making. In fact, I tell a lie. 2019 was when I started digitally. I actually started making the models for D&D back in 2015. And prior to that, it was more wargaming stuff I was doing. I do a lot of commissions in the background in there for like wargaming models and stuff. But yeah, the D&D stuff I've been doing since about 2015 now. But when I first started, I was doing it all as like hero characters and stuff. And it's great, you know, people like the hero characters and they do quite well, but in terms of like what people actually need, like, you know, how many people need that particular barbarian or that particular cleric that you've made versus how many people need, you know, some skeletal minotaurs or a group of bandits or some orcs or, you know, whatever else you might want to make that's like an encounter type thing. So for the last 12 months or more, no, sorry, 2 years or so I suppose now, I've been working my way through the Descent into Avernus campaign. So I've gone through the campaign, I've marked up all of the encounters, all of the NPCs, all of the kind of the enemies that you're going to hit, and I've just been making everything. So ultimately what I'll probably do is I'm going to release everything as one great big Descent into Avernus kind of Kickstarter bundle. Moving Knight Armour made a mimic. Ooh. It'd be interesting. I don't know about as a character, as an encounter or an NPC, it might be good. I think you might struggle to play it, to role play that, but although it depends if you got like a sentience in the armor or something like that. Having the armor like perpetually arguing with mimics that want to eat everything would be quite cool. Oh, as a boss type, I think it'd be badass, yeah. Let's get that merged to the guy's hands. My coffee tastes weird again today. Yeah, that would be cool. That'd be quite cool. You'd have to kind of obviously tame it or whatever, yeah? Yeah, give your players the opportunity to kind of tame this, like, this mimic weapon or something. Well, I know I've used this pose before on one of my other skeletons, but I like it, so I'm going to go with it anyway. Ah, like that. Yeah, the key with skeletons like this as well is striking a balance between actually making them look skeletal and kind of making them a usable miniature. And so I spent a lot of time. I think I did about 15 test prints in the end of the skeletons, my human skeletons, to make sure that they were striking the balance I was after. So it wasn't something I just kind of, you know, you can just kind of wing necessarily and hope for the best. bloody hell have I done here? Changed my mind about the post, by the way. I think I had to go back and redo it anyway because I knackered up the mask. I've done it again. Really? So again, this is what I was saying before. I've said it several times as well. Like, if you make a mistake on something, be prepared to like re-sculpt and rework stuff. Don't get too precious about it because you'll spend a lot more time trying to fix and undo and all this kind of stuff. And actually, a lot of time you can just re-sculpt the bit. The cube shouldn't render, mate. The cube's not in the scene. As long as it exists somewhere, it's just got the material properties in it. If it's not there, just download it again. The link's still live, so just download it again from the link I sent you before. Yeah, it's Hayley rendering, because it's obviously Hayley's my wife, and she's the one who's been doing the rendering for me, so I set it up for her. So, yeah, just download the file from fresh again. If you've accidentally deleted the cube, you'll have deleted the material that's attached to it. So the easiest thing to do is just download the file again and just you know, start from scratch with it really. What I tend to do is I don't save the file at the end. So after I've finished working on it, or after she's finished working on it, we just restore it back to its original state. Because you only need it for the rendering you're doing at that moment in time. I've already done one like this. Cock, I have. The cube won't be visible in the scene when you've got it on the... Oh, cheers, mate. The cube won't be visible. Let me just pull it up and show you. So, in the... It won't be visible until you press 7 on the keypad. Morning, Bunker. How are you doing, matey? Okay, where are you, Blender? Are we loading up? Trying to get it, he's having none of it though. Ah, there you are. What is going on this morning? Okay, so what are you prepping, AD? Okay, so if you zoomed in like that, obviously you won't see the cube because it's below. So first thing to do would be to make sure you zoomed out far enough that you can see it. Secondly, on the right hand side under collections, it should be just under camera on your lists, so just look for cube there. It won't render because it's outside of the camera window. So the only thing you use that cube for is when we press 7, we have to make sure that the model is located directly above the cube, and that makes sure that the lights are they're going to work on it basically. So if I show you, like, oh god. So this is a model as it is now. If I delete the render material on that and I press F12, you'll see what we get. So you see it's very kind of like low contrast. There's a few lights on there, but it's not picking anything up. If we reapply the material and then we press F12, you can see now it's darker, there's more contrast, and we've got this kind of like this blue rim light coming up from the back. Nice, AD, nice. Which one's that? Was this that one you showed us the other day that was to be animated? The no, different one. Dennis. Oh right, so this is a client one. Oh right, yeah, and you can't show us client stuff because it's what you call it, isn't it? NDAs and all that kind of jazz. Well, I'm glad you got approved and signed off though. I've got a few nice little bits coming up on like commission type pieces. So the meeting I had last week, was it? Was with I say guys at Footsore Miniatures. So we've agreed I'm going to be doing some more terrain for them for the Baron's War and Mortal Gods and the various different games they run. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to getting those ones working. I'm hoping they're okay with me doing a couple on stream actually, because it'd be quite nice. I'd quite like to kind of show you my terrain sculpting processes. A little bit of something different as well, isn't it? So I've got stuff, Bunker. It was all right, mate. I was just saying to Rich earlier, the traffic, the drive coming back, it was like an absolute nightmare. So I had the weekend was nice. My niece, whose birthday it was, her boyfriend proposed to her. He proposed to her, right? There's this like proper like dodgy like seaside. I don't know if you've ever been to like Towing in Rill, or just outside of Rill, but that's where they were. The family used to go there for every single summer holidays. They used to go there for 4 weeks at a time, which, like, I don't know if you've ever been to Rill. To try and spend 4 weeks in Rill would be like, you know, really hard work. But they used to do it every year, and they like know everybody there and everything. It's like, you know, it's a little bit home away from home rather than like a holiday, if you like. And so we like to go somewhere like different usually, and like, you know, explore places and try different things if we're going to go away. But yeah, they like what they like, and they haven't been for about 8 years, I think, since Hayley's nan passed away. like she was always like one of the key people there, kind of thing. Since she passed away, there was no one's kind of wanted to go, or nobody's like even entertained the idea of going. So she wanted to go back to Rill for her birthday, for 21st. And there's you know, the old ropey seaside arcades and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no worries, Rich, I'll catch you in a bit, mate. The old ropey seaside arcades and stuff, and Hull loves these places, you know, she loves everything about it. I said to her, like, you know, pick your favourite part of Knightley's, what's your favourite bit? And she's like, I can't, she says, all of it, it's all amazing, it's all brilliant. And I think it's a lot of that stuff we were talking about with nostalgia the other day, you know, how, like, you know, you remember something as in a fond way, whatever. I think a lot of it's down to that, because it's not a great place to go, if I'm honest. Well, I say that, the kids enjoyed themselves, so maybe it's me being a snob. But yeah, so I say we went there and had a nice enough time, but the journey back killed it for me, man. It was awful. The journey back was like, it was supposed to be 2.5 hours. It ended up being like 4. I won't go into it all again because I'm getting wound up thinking about it like this. Oops, let's go with the toes. I know. Yeah, it's not possible, is it? Yeah, I've never really been a fan, mate. The park we were on was nice. The actual campsite we stayed at was nice. Although the bed in our room, it smelled horrible. The bedroom, the rest of the caravan was fine, but our bed smelled like a musty old lady. I was not impressed. What did you get up to nice the weekend, Bunker? So you've been doing a little bit more painting on your little mad cat thing. Catnid. That's it. I've stuffed that up, haven't I? I haven't even got the bloody leg aligned. You're loving these gonks, aren't you? But if you're talking about like massive amount of weight, so hollowing will be handy in terms of like reducing your resin consumption down anyway. But you need to also pay careful attention to vent holes and drainage holes. The vent holes are really important for making sure that you reduce the chance of reduce the impact of suction on the model. And if you're using Lychee, actually, there's a suction analysis function that they have, which lets you kind of spot the points where you're going to need to put the vent holes. And it highlights the areas where it thinks the suction force is going to be the greatest, and what will happen is where the suction is, it's going to tear off supports and things like that. But it's also possible it could just pull off the plate entirely. Well, you owe her, don't you, now, because she bought you the printer, so you can't even say no, really, can you? Yeah, it'll be worth kind of like just checking up on stuff before you do anything, because it's I'm sure if you have a look at Table Flip Foundry, I'm sure Ty must have some videos about hollowing and stuff like that. So you're being hopeful, are you, mate? You think the promise of bigger gonks is the route to a bigger printer? Can't hurt, can it? If it was the allure of a gonk that got us to buy the printer for you in the first place, then it's got to be worth a shot, hasn't it? Let's try and just reposition this one here. Yeah, I know. I've seen the aftermath of some loot supports. I'm not a fan. They sub it all out as well, I think, and they're obviously paying a lot of money for that. sort this out. I do not like this pose at all. I'm not sure what's going on with it. The problem, Bunker, though, mate, is that you've now been spoiled by my fantabulous supports, so it's ruined you for everybody else. So what you need to do, Bunker, is when you go in groups and you see people complaining about how bad the supports are and whatever, you want to go, do you know what, if you want to try some like really good supports, go and have a look at the Lions Tower. Here's a nice little affiliate link. Or start a thread on Reddit going, guys, the best supports ever on a miniature. Get them here. Affiliate link. There. caught that one now. You screwed that one up. I don't know about you guys, but the forecast for here today is not good. Oh, it pulled off the supports, did it, mate? Gutted. To slice this jaw in half and rip half of it away, I think. Yeah, if the supports are there, I mean, you could probably do it by amping up the supports and adding more of them in the areas. So, like, if the bigger you go, you've got to remember to put more supports in there to hold it. So, like, if you support like a sneak attack, Elson, you didn't even do your thing. You can't precede your sneak attack with the word sneak attack. That's like jumping up in front of somebody and shouting surprise, and then doing the surprise and not surprising them with it. It's not a sneak attack, Elston. I was expecting it from the moment you pronounced yourself with sneak attack. Your mission was a failure on this attempt, mate. Must do better next time. But thank you. You're out of a meeting again. Well, I wasn't, because it was completely backwards and no one was expecting backwards, you're right. Oh, do you know what made me laugh yesterday? It's something so ridiculous, right? We went to this little cafe called the Seagull in Towin, and they've only been open 3 weeks, but they really have not got their act together at all. It was shambolic. The food was, so like everything was like, there was 11 of us, I think, 11 of us eating. And most of us were having like the same thing, like a cooked breakfast. And they managed to get everybody fed over the space of about an hour. So like, you know, how when you're a greasy spoon type cafe and like, you know, your main thing you're going to be serving is breakfast, how do you manage to screw it up so bad where you know, you can't turn your breakfast round to get everybody in a group eating at the same time? So yeah, I mean that's like they've only been going for 3 weeks. I think they're, you know, they're all still learning and still new at it. So, you know, got to give them the benefit of the doubt a little bit. But I had to laugh because when we sat down and looked at the menu, two of the things on the menu, like straight after each other, the first two things on the menu were spam and eggs. And I just went straight into Monty Python, you know, where it's like spam, 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 egg and spam, 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 egg, spam, egg and spam. If nobody here is a Monty Python fan, nobody's going to get that joke, and they're all going to think I've gone mental. I just think, reading your thing there, nobody was expecting backwards. Just thinking nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. See how my brain went on a weird tangent there to get to that. Thank you, Dennis. At least somebody's with me. Burst into the spam song and I've men in white coats turning up at my house. So I think I'm going to just lose the other half of the jaw. I'm just going to put one half of the jaw on. Let's lose a few teeth out there as well. Because he don't need all these teeth. Where would that cut be? That cut would be like, yeah, going up into this side. So let's cut through here. Glad I'm not alone, Dennis. Just give me just a second. A bit lighter now. I'm really dark. I love the way Dennis jumps in to kind of say, no, you're not alone, Dan. And the rest of you are like, no, we're leaving you hanging. What are you talking about, spam, you mad bugger? I do love a bit of Monty Python. I remember years ago there was a, I don't know if they still do it or not, it was the University of Aberystwyth, I think it was. They'd, hey Martin, how you doing? And Tracy, I hope you're doing well, guys. The University of Aberystwyth, I think it was, they launched a university degree in Monty Python studies, and it was almost entirely subscribed, like fully subscribed with Japanese students. remember it being on the news. The proper news, not like the internet nonsense where they go, oh, somebody on Twitter said this. Don't care. People on Twitter say crap all the time. Is it news? Oh yeah, the parrot, the dead parrot sketch, that was good. But the meaning of life and the Mr. Creosote was one of my favourites though. Yeah, no worries, Bunker. Oh, you gotta pop to the shop and get some then? I think I'm out of coffee actually. Grab me some more at the shop, mate. We were running out before we went away, and I went away for the weekend. Didn't bother getting any because we were going away for the weekend. But we didn't bother buying any while we were away, which we normally would do, because we didn't spend that much time in the caravan. I'm going to try something. I don't know if it's going to work or not, so I'm just going to save it first. I'm going to try flipping his pose. But I want to keep his head in that position. Still not happy. I'll try lowering the whole sword down because something just feels wrong to me. I've lined up the shoulder joints here, so I should be able to just drop this down until it's like sitting on his leg like that. That's better. That's better. That's what I'm after. That's the shizzle. now I need to turn his head back. I think I'm going to give this guy a little bit of, you know, like the old Beastmen chain face mask things, chainmail face mask type things, like a chainmail hood. Might give him something like that. Oh, actually, do you know what? I can live with that, I think. Or can I? I feel like I need to twist his whole hips around a bit. Let's get that face in. Let's swivel the hips around. I think we've got it then. So let's get the bottom here. Let's twist this round. Let's make this happen. That's it. Perfect. I don't know why it took me so long to get there. Save that. Okay, so now we go for pinned sphere. Maybe I don't do it chain, maybe I leave this as cloth. I'll save myself some pain and anguish. Obviously doing things like this on the skeleton minotaur is going to be a little bit less forgiving than doing it on a skeleton human. So I need to make sure that the thicknesses and the hollowings and stuff are correct on it, because you don't want huge great big solid masses on something as big as a minotaur. Not when it's all supposed to be hollowed out and all that kind of business. Now the bit at the back here I'm fine with, that can stay solid, but this bit under here I want the neck to be visible, I want the jaw to be visible. Do that, and I'm going to come in with the thingy brush. Thingy. Name's Thingy. We call a Thingy. Come along, Thingy. Oh god, I've gone mad. Sure, I can't remember what that was from now. It's annoying me. It was an advert, wasn't it? With the. Was it like a Tesco ad with like Caroline Aherne or something like that? The old lady. I know what I'm talking about, even if you like just think I'm nuts. attempt failed then. I'm just going to try a couple of little boolean holes using these. It's worth punching holes all the way through. Sometimes I'll do the little divots in there, but when you're kind of working on something like a skeleton where it's going to go all the way through, you've got potentially see it from both sides. Then it pays to do it like this. So we dynamesh it first. We take the first mesh, we turn that as the start point. We place the second mesh below it, put it on a boolean, and then I go to the top one. It's the start, merge down. Make sure they've both been dynameshed. You know it's worked because the bit you want to take away goes white, the rest of it goes coloured when you've got polygroups on at least. And we re-dynamesh and then it gets extracted. Now importantly, before you dynamesh it again, especially if you use groups on it, you auto group, make everything one thing. And now we've got these really sharp edges in here which don't really match with anything else we're doing. Just going to just come in and just soften the edges a touch so they blend and fit. And I'm going to come into these holes, I'm going to put some cuts and slashes and stuff in the holes so it's not so uniform. Because I don't want all the holes to just be round. Again, when you're doing the holes, we're doing these little slashes and things like that. Make sure you've got dynamesh enabled and make sure you've got your lazy mouse turned off. That one didn't go through anyway. Okay, so I'm just going to take the move tool, just pull this down a touch here so it goes below there. Right, now it's going to turn laser mouse back on. We're going to turn Dynamesh off. We're going to raise the draw size, shrink the intensity to about 16, 17. I'm just going to get some texture to the some folds and creases in here. I'm doing this over the top of the holes, just kind of makes them to kind of follow suit and conform to the material folds. So you don't need to worry about getting them in before the holes are done. Don't press too hard on it, because you're better off doing multiple strokes to achieve the effect, because sometimes I don't like doing it in one. Oh, there we go. And it has, or should have done, it should have affected the inside and the outside of the mesh. Right, now one bit I need to be careful of, I think, is this bit just here. So I'm just going to come and just do a little bit of smoothing with dynamic topology. So it's gone to really thin points. Okay, so now we've got one skeletal minotaur with a kind of a tattered hood. Oh, and a massive great big sword as well. Let's get a little bit of, yeah, he needs a bit of chainmail on him, doesn't he? So let's get a little bit of maybe a chainmail skirt or something like that. So this is just the former, obviously. This is the this is what the chainmail is going to be sat on top of. This is just giving me a basic shape to work to. I'm going to be sneaky here, just because this guy might be a little bit off balance at the back. I'm just going to have the chainmail draped to the floor so that I can use it as an extra kind of prop. Let's go Lightbox. Let's go to try and remember where it lives now. So it's Brush, shortcut brushes, and it was there it is. There's my little link. Okay, so let's let that autosave go through. Okay, so let's get the size right. Let's get the brush depth set. Perfect. Right, now what I need to do really is start at the lowest points. As long as most of them go in right, I'm not too fussed about one or two here and there not working or going off in weird directions. Well, I do think I need to make sure this is double-sided because there's times when, well, last time I did it I ended up having to, what's the word? Like there was a bit visible on the inside of the mesh, so I had to go and sculpt the holes on the inside manually, which kind of defeats the point really, but I suppose if it's only a few links it's not the end of the world. Having this a bit less uniform when you're doing something like an undead or an orc or an undead. Anything undead that's supposed to be kind of like a bit rotted and decomposed, or something like an orc that's got a bit, you know, or goblin or something like that, where you know you would expect a little bit less uniformity, can be quite useful, I suppose. The trick with this brush is making sure you draw in the same direction every time. So click it, hold control, and then pull down on the mouse, on the stylus. And what that's doing is it's pulling the orientation of the shape to go in the same way every time, which means that if I just go across this pattern, at some point it's going to link up and it's all going to match up, because the shape's angled in two different ways. And yes, if you're watching this for the first time and you've never seen me do this before, it's a massive pain in the arse. It's really laborious. It's mind-numbing. But it produces the best JML results that I've managed to get on the model. So it's worth the mental anguish. So get all these in. I'm going to remove a bunch of the chain links to tatty up armor. Hey, nice one, Aidan. Good luck. Oh, well. At least it's work being signed off and done so you can get your money in. It's one way of looking at it, isn't it? Oh no. Salaried? In that case, yeah, it's all chores, mate. Do you get bonuses or anything like that for timely completions and any of that stuff, or is it just literally just a thankless task every time? Here's one you need to have a look at then. If you're salaried, check your contract to make sure they're okay with you doing the freelance stuff on the side, the Patreon release, or to say Patreon releases, the monthly D&D stuff. It shouldn't matter, hopefully, but the I know, like, Games Workshop staff who create anything, basically there's a clause in the contract that gives Games Workshop the rights to anything that they produce, so they're not allowed to have. And this is like shop stuff, because I remember my mate working there years ago, and we'd been talking about making a game, and he was like, I can't do it because, like, while I'm working here, if we do it, they own it. And I know a lot of places they have like conflict of interest clauses and stuff, so if there's any potential that they could see what you're doing as a conflict of interest, you might need to tell them about it and kind of get it cleared. Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. I wouldn't have said it was a conflict of interest based on what you said before, because you're talking about different markets, different fields, different purposes. I mean, it's not like you're going to be pitching to the same clients or anything else, so hopefully you're green for it. So don't forget to drop me a link, a DM on Discord, AD, and I'll share that thing with you for the D&D. Awesome sauce. It's so boring. Little belt buckle there, it shouldn't even turn on. Hey, what do you mean most companies encourage it? What, like freelance work and stuff like that and stuff? Oh, do they? I'd have thought they'd be wanting to monopolise your time and make sure you're not kind of like, you know... I mean, what if your side hustle turns into something that's like better for you than your actual job. I don't think my old boss was over impressed when I left. I literally like spoke to him every day, and then like all of a sudden like never heard from him again. Wasn't even there on my last day when I handed my notice in. Kind of thought he felt I was gonna. He kind of did that. Felt like he was thinking I was going to be there for forever and kind of like, you know, take his role when he decided he wanted to leave and whatever. I'm like, yeah, it's not me, man. This is this is what I do. Oh. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for the sub, Aiden. Yesterday's leftover pizza. That's a pretty decent bit of grub though. Can't beat leftover pizza, can you? I ain't even got that. I've got bugger all in the house at the moment, I think. I have to do myself a bit of toast or something. Okay, so I'm just going to take this now. I'm going to just mask that piece off. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull a few bits of that down. Hey Lion, how you doing? Oh, you need to put that joke in my D&D, in my joke channel. It's terrible, but it did make me chuckle. Random tangent. Have you seen how penguins poop? Like in a massive, great big violent explosion in a circle around them. It's disgusting. Cheers, Bunker. Oh, they literally like spin around and project it in a massive, great big circle around themselves. And they're literally when they're in big colonies, they're literally crapping in each other's faces. Yeah, look. It's like this projectile circle that's gone round here. Like this, look. So they sit in one spot and they just do a massive great big projectile poos, but they do it in like a circular fashion around their like little spot. So it's almost like you can tell where one penguin lives based on where his where the epicenter of his shit circle is. There you go. Something you didn't know. Little fact for the day. Penguins are disgusting. You're back. Jesus, Bunker. 750. God, even Zbrush froze at that. Save actually, just make sure. Are you ball bag? Ah dear, what is going on? Oh, I think that's me loading my last autosave. Literally, I just saved it, I think, didn't I? It's almost like I knew Zbrush was going to be a dick and crash. Okay, so now that that's hidden from there, I can sculpt on this without the weight of the circles affecting me. Well, yeah, there is that, isn't there? See, our local one's a one-stop. And I didn't know this until recently, but one-stop are actually owned by Tesco. Which, I always thought they were just scabbing the local, like, Tesco Express up the road, where they've got, like, you know, they sell Tesco's products and whatever. And you go into the one-stop and they've got, like, Tesco mashed potato in the cupboard, in the cupboard, in the fridge. And I just thought they were just like, say, just buying it in because it was, I don't know, on offer or something like that, and then selling it for a markup. But yeah, it turns out they're actually owned by Tesco, so I don't think you can use your club card there or anything like that. Yeah, it is very much like, you don't like our prices, then walk into town, you peasants. I've only ever seen this as on like holiday camps. I don't remember seeing like any actual like Nissa shops anywhere that's like not a campsite. They're like right next to each other as well. Because that'd be the best way, wouldn't it? If they're like next to each other, selling the same stuff, and the one's trying to like mark up the other one's prices. Rain starting now. I can hear it. They're next door to each other and they're still. Oh my god. You ever buy something from one shop and then walk into the other one and go, "You robbing bastards! Look at this." Like, yeah, we know. Oh, cool, co-op, I've got some offers on. Quick, buy it up. Tub of clover for £1. Get them all. £4.50 on the shelf. What's that? Unissa is one of the shops that you can go to and go and get bread and spuds and walk out with fuses. One of them ones. They're crazy, them kind of shops, aren't they? Yeah, that's really typical of what I remember seeing on campsites as a kid. Because they have all like the grocery bits, and then they always have like just completely random stuff that you would need if you like, you know, or you might need, sorry, if you're out, you know, like a phone charger or a little spanner set, or what they call the like a sewing kit, you know, the little piddly sewing kits. Let's lose a few of these now. Let's make this a little bit less regular. It's chucking down outside now. Right guys, I'm going to be running till about 2 o'clock today on the stream. And I'm going to come back tomorrow. I'm going to be doing the continuation of last week's nanolith sculpts. So if you didn't see that, what were you playing at? But yeah, I'm going to be doing a bit more of the nanolith minis. You're playing Settlers, Elston? What, you in meetings? It's a bit old school, isn't it, mate? Trying to be clever again, matey. I don't know. Are you actually playing Settlers? Oh. Why did you choose Settlers? A current game. Elston, your mind baffles me, mate. It's been so long since I played that. What's one I used to play? I used to play one where you had like a giant, is it like a giant like cat avatar or something like that, or a monster or something like that. It was a bit like Settlers, but black and white. Remember that? Yeah. I don't remember much about the game. I just remember playing it, and I remember it being a bit like Settlers. And Sid Meier's Civilizations. That was the one I used to quite like. It's not a very dynamic game though. Is the only problem with that. Yeah, that was it. Dungeon Master now, that was a good one. Right, I'm good with this guy now, I'm going to call him done. Let me save it before I start merging it all together. So there we go guys, there's number 4, skeleton number 4, or minotaur skeleton number 4 finished. Yeah, they ruined Dungeon Master, didn't they, when they made it a mobile game? And it became like a pay-to-win type thing where other people could just rock up and just mess with your dungeons while you weren't there. Don't like that kind of stuff. Okay, right, so I've got 20 million polys worth of minotaur skeletons here. Right, so let's get them ready to export in a little bit. Right, so I've got 4 out of the 5 dwarven hand weapon guys. What should we do with this guy? I think I might smash half his shield off the start. and beat his axe up. Oh, that was a mistake. Pose wise, I don't know what to do with him. Hey, looks like Rosie's about. You on stream, Rosie, or are you just in the Discord? An idea. Let's mirror this dude. Still not doing it, what's going on? Hey Heidi, did you fall asleep? Ah, you that's possible. Okay. The best kinds of conversations. Ah dear, ah. God, stop it. Behave yourself. Alright, done. I'll say, come on. Stop sharing. Nice. Just sort out some dodgy topology here because I've pulled a bit I shouldn't have pulled. Oh, tiny little ring there I left him. What are you doing, Ailey? More submission? I'd rather you than me. I ain't got the energy after work to do that. Kids see to that. The kids will drain every last little bit of energy I've got. Oh, fair play. Yeah, I suppose you've got to start somewhere, haven't you? When you're in that perpetual cycle, aren't you, of... Oh, I can't go to the gym because I feel crap. Not making time, so I haven't got time, etc, etc. Yeah, I feel your pain. It's contentious now, but I always think the worst thing somebody could say to you to like offend you and whatever else is like would be to walk up to you and say, "Oh, do you play Warhammer?" But there might only be a polite conversation starter or something like that, but you know when you kind of think, "Shit, do I look like that?" Talking to a lady the other day called Marie. She's a lovely woman. She works at the place where we did my son's birthday party, and she was telling me like years and years and years ago, back in like the 90s, she applied to go and work at the Games Workshop, a local Games Workshop. She knew all the lore, she knew all the stories, she knew all her armies, she was a competent painter and everything else, and they couldn't give her the job. And the reason they couldn't give her the job was because she was a woman. And back in those days, the typical Games Workshop customer couldn't actually deal with women at all. And I remember it vividly. I remember going into Games Workshops and there was groups of like the gamers in there in Birmingham. This was in the ball ring, and there was a girl who was a bit gothy on like a jewellery stand just outside the store, and half of them kind of went there to play the games and half of them went there to ogle this goth girl who was like the object of their desires. It literally was like something out of the Big Bang Theory with Howard and that. Kind of glad we've moved away from that a little bit now. A little bit. Oh yeah. So I don't play the online game, so I haven't got any first-hand experience of it, but I know the type. Guys who take it way too seriously. Well, there obviously are girls who play 40k and, you know, Age of Sigmar and... Hey, Judge, how you doing, matey? I missed you like about an hour ago. Sorry about that. Hope you're keeping well, mate. If anybody doesn't already follow Judge Gudge on Instagram and Facebook, go look him up, because he's been doing some fantastic paint jobs. He's a wonderful painter. Doesn't do commissions. And I'm very pleased to see him painting a load of my stuff lately, which means he's actually choosing to do it because he likes the models. So it's a bigger compliment than you can get from like having like someone like Geraldo's painting your models where you paid him to do it. So, mate, if you're listening, thank you very much. I always appreciate it. And his paint jobs are absolutely fantastic. So if you're planning on painting any of my ghouls or anything like that, he's done some cracking jobs on them the last week or so. Ghouls and ghasts have been knocked out of the park, so I would definitely encourage you to go and give them a check. Go and give them a look. Get my words out. Give them a like and a follow. I think, if I remember rightly, I think he did a little bit of a tutorial, which we'll have to try and link and post up somewhere, on how he did the ghast, I think it was. How we did my ghasts. Hang on, Bunky. Sorry, I missed your comment earlier about the TV. I don't remember seeing GWT ads at all, especially not on TV. When was that? When did that happen? Yeah, in the 90s, you'd have never found a girl playing D&D. Not D&D, sorry, 40k. I think any girl who wanted to play 40k would have gone near a Games Workshop and been scared off. Oh, you've actually found a link to it. Oh, mate, I'll check that out later. That's going to be good for a laugh, I think. So you say it's biggest Games Workshop lie ever. You're talking even bigger than the... Yes, Mr. FLGS, we will deliver all of the stock you've ordered on time every month. Bigger than that one. Is this real?
Get into Games Workshop today and discover a world of interaction and creativity. At Games Workshop, you collect, paint, and create figures and scenes for face-to-face tabletop strategic battles. It's social, it's creative, and it's fun. Stop by the
That is
Games
far
Workshop
too
at
diverse a
Sheffield
crowd
Plaza
in that
and
Games
receive a
Workshop,
free
isn't it?
Battle for McCrae paint set today. This offer ends soon. Don't delay. Games Workshop. Collect, paint, and play.
Battle for McCrag. Yeah, that's never happened, has it? That's never happened. That's a typical kind of like, you know, we've gone to a marketing agency and they've just brought in a crowd of oh, we want it to be family friendly. Let's show it off as family friendly. Okay. That's when you get to the marketing agencies and they don't understand your business. Yeah, that was an American ad they were. I still don't think I've ever seen a British one. Yeah, that's it. All the locals got kicked out of the. All the regulars were kicked out of the shop that day, weren't they? You in your Metallica t-shirt, go stand in the hall. Slipknot? No, we can't have that on the telly. Corn? What are you on about? Get out. Just describing my mates now. Back then. What, just to try and draw the girls in? Paint the Space Marines pink on the painting table. When did you guys have to go through that awkward, you know, when somebody turned around and, oh, you got any hobbies and interests, and you're like, oh shit, they've asked that question again. Now I've got to answer it and tell them I'm a nerd. Or just not say anything and lie about it. Yeah, because I don't know if anybody else has had the same kind of thing, but like that interview Henry Cavill did with Graham Norton, where Graham Norton was taking a piss out of him for playing Warhammer. Really, really annoyed me, but it was more. It was obviously showing a lot of ignorance and everything else, but it was the whole thing that was like an echo of every conversation I've ever had with anybody who's not already in the hobby. When they ask what you do as a hobby, and you try and explain it to them, and they have that same kind of like yeah, World of Warcraft mocking and kind of, well, you play with toys, you push little toys around the table, how do you play with them? Piss off. And it just winds me up no end. It's like, you know, when people go, oh, you nerd, you geek. Yeah, what's the definition of a nerd? It's somebody who knows too much about something that's not worth knowing anything about. Now, to me, that's subjective, and I'm not a football fan, and in my eyes, you know, there is no point knowing anything about football. So therefore, does that mean that people who, you know, can you be a football nerd? You know, if you go to all the games and you know all about the, you know, the past scores and all this kind of stuff, surely that makes you a nerd in a form. They never want to admit it, but oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, except you don't lavish so much attention on your chess models, do you? On your chess pieces. They're just functional aspects of the game, aren't they? But you're right. It's just fancy chess, isn't it? If you break it down. What's going on here? I've got some horrible stuff going on. Oh, that shouldn't be doing that, should it? Yeah, I suppose you're right. It's still annoying though, isn't it? But no, you ignorant bastard. Yeah, that's it. My dad was always the same. He always had that kind of mentality, you know what I mean, where like he wouldn't entertain like playing games. Until he was a fair bit older, actually. When I was a kid, I don't think he really did. And then once it was once my brother was around, he was he was growing up with like the Xbox and all that kind of stuff. I think my dad started like playing a little bit then, but he was never really interested before that. I mean, none of my family have ever really kind of got into like the gaming hobby or the miniatures hobby or anything like that. It's just been something I've done and they've just let me get on with, you know what I mean? But I'm still intrigued as to whether my kids are going to kind of pick it up and go with it or not. Because at the moment, I can't quite be sure. Right, let's merge that down. That's him done then. Right then, so far for this month's release, we've got 5 dwarven skeletons, we've got 5 minotaur skeletons, we've got Lulu the Holophant, and whatever else we got next. Yep. That's my wife as well, mate. Sofa dweller. Yeah, she helps me with the business, and she's great at kind of getting involved and doing the ads and running all that kind of admin type stuff for me. But then when I try and explain things to her, she you can see her kind of like her brain starts to shut down, like she can only deal with so much of it. So she can only take nerd for like so long. And then she has to switch over to like scrolling through Vinted on her phone. Yeah, I'm quite glad actually she's not a TikToker. She doesn't do all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you're right. They reckon TikTok and all these kind of things, all these social media bits, they're reducing people's attention spans, aren't they? So people are becoming less able to deal with boredom and kind of waiting for anything. Which is bad, really, isn't it? But I still try and get my kids to be bored sometimes and try and encourage them to kind of make their own fun. I think they need it. You know what I mean? You can't. I don't want them to become like mindless plonkers. But like with Jacob, I don't mind him playing things like Legend of Zelda. Hey, Avernus, how are you doing? Brilliant, thank you. Yeah, so with Jacob, we have him. Oh, I don't. Oh shit! I lost some neck bones. Oh, so I must have. What do you call it? Deleted them by accident. How are you doing anyway, Thanos? Over on YouTube? What brings you to the stream then? You're a sculptor, miniature painter, collector, gamer? There we go. So, 5 dead dwarves. Or undead dwarves as it should be. Yeah, same with that with things like Legends of Zelda. I like him playing those kind of things because it's good for his imagination. It gets his brain going. So it's that whole the whole you know, the imagination and the mental library and kind of building up that like image bank in his brain so that he can kind of come up with more creative things himself. And God, that he's like so creative. He's like crazy, but. I think my little Willow, I think she's going to be the better artist because she just sits down and draws constantly. She like busting out little pictures of mermaids and you know, rabbits and whatever else comes into her head. She's definitely more girly, but she's also kind of like she's got a handle on things like goblins and unicorns and trolls and things like that, so she's definitely she's picking up on my vibes and things like that, and she's showing an interest in Zelda now as well, which is nice to see because she's got that same kind of influence from her big brother. And I think more kids need to get into that, like the fantasy side of things. You know, I'm not even talking about, you know, playing things like Call of Duty where you just run around shooting people in like a modern day kind of era, just playing games generally, but like, you know, the fantasy type stuff that's highly visual, very kind of like, you know, let's say fantastical and stuff like that. It gives you that kind of, like you say, that creativity and everything else. You've seen the Beholder my son made, haven't you? Let me just show you on screen. So he did during lockdown. This was he was doing homeschooling, and he wanted to just get in on the action basically. He'd seen me doing some sculpting. He was using my spare tablet as his actual, you know, his actual thing, and he made these little dudes. So he's just turned 8, so he was 6 when he made these. They're 2 years old now. But yeah, he sculpted that himself. He just, I taught him how to use like snake hooks in Zbrush and you know, draw was it mesh insert dart and the standard tools I use, like the clay build up and stuff. I showed him how to use them, and he just sat down. He just bust out this little beholder over a couple of like lunch breaks and stuff over a few days. Just, you know, 15-20 minutes here and there, and he turned around and showed me at the end. I'm like, bloody hell, mate! He's like, I put all the little creases in there. He said, he's got all like little scratches on it, like I do on the arm and stuff. Like, turn it around, it's got those little bits and bobs. And we printed a load off and painted them up and gave them to friends and family and stuff. And then we took that little pink one there to the to Chilcon once, put it on top of the cabinet as a little good luck charm, and everybody wanted to buy them. So we started taking him to the shows, and he's made himself a few £100 in sales off that little thing now because people just wanted to buy it. So little entrepreneur there. He's sussed out now that he can sell models. He's like, I want to make more. I know he did really well, but I think Willow's starting to like show an interest. She wants to do it. She's seen Jacob do it, and she wants to make one. And she's got a really good attention span as well for things like that. To like sit down and like see it through to the end. Okay, so I need to do another 5 dwarfs, really, with great axes, and then another 5 with crossbows. But I feel like I've shot myself in the foot here by doing all this like armour and chainmail and stuff, because they're taking a fucking long time compared to the others. What I'm going to do. What do you mean, bad intentions? Oh. Cheers, Elston. You back again, matey? Sneaky, sneaky. Hey, what do you mean by bad intentions, though? Like, doing it for a bit of money or something like that, or wanting to jump on it for commissions and stuff? Oh, so she's trying to learn how to do it so that she can use that to make money. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, you do it because you love it, and then you learn how to monetize it afterwards, don't you? How you should do it, obviously. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I think making money out of art with AI stuff is going to be even more difficult as well, because in theory anyone can just do it, isn't it? So if anybody can do it, why is anybody going to pay you to create stuff using AI? Well, that's the thing. If you've got that kind of that background yourself, you can be the art director, can't you? And give her like the the constructive feedback that she's going to need to improve with. And obviously, you know, you're going to. Oh dear. I hope you've been using my save it cues when they've been popping up. Yeah, that's it. You've got to be able to kind of take the feedback and take the criticisms, but also, like I say, you need to have that desire to improve and do better. So, I was talking to Jacob about it the other day, and we were saying, like, you know, no matter what you do in life, whenever you finish doing something, whenever you finish doing a task or a job, assess it critically, look back at it and kind of say, right, what would I do better next time? And then next time you do it, you take those little snippets that you've self-assessed your work with, and you kind of go, right, I'm going to apply that now and I'm going to do better. And then you improve a little bit from your last one. And every single time you do it, you do the same thing, and then eventually you get better and better and better until the point comes where you kind of, you know, you're at a professional level and you've got mad skills. And you can apply it to anything, can't you? That's just advice for life. If you want to get better at something, that's how you do it. You challenge yourself, you set yourself tasks, you set yourself targets and goals, and you need that desire to improve, or you're not going to get better. I mean, there is a certain sculptor, I'm not going to even mention the name, but the number of models they've made, they should be fantastic by now, and they're not. And I can't fathom how they've made so many models that are still bad. So how do you have a career doing something and not improve your work? God, you guys have got it cushy, man. Well, here's me doing about 20 in a month. But yeah, you're right. Just because people are professionals in something doesn't mean they're good at it. You get an awful lot of people who are kind of, they've got a lot of experience, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they've been doing things right. Experience on its own means nothing. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, these have to be pared back to make them work as miniatures. So I'm not poly painting, I'm not doing any of that kind of stuff. I'm not topologizing or anything, it's just a sculpt, quick sculpt to get the models out and As I say, the purpose is different, isn't it? So you can't do a one-size-fits-all when it comes to digital modelling. And ultimately, you just need to understand your end product, really, don't you? So I think as long as you as long as you take the effort to, you know, to print what you make and critically assess it, so you know that what you're doing is a model and it's usable, then you're in a good position. In fact, you're in a better position than probably 90% of the sculptors out there. I'm still using CS3, and God knows when that was out now. I don't want to get roped into like monthly licenses again or anything like that, so. That's what you want, and if you're salaried and they're expecting you to use stuff, you're not using your own gear. Why did you stop the freelancing, Aid? Was it just to get more of a sort of a stable income? That's not for everybody, is it? The whole chasing the jobs every month and that. Oh, right, so you didn't do it exclusively then, you just did a little bit of it on the side. I thought you were saying you actually were, you know, just like full-time freelancer or something. Cheers, Bonka. Let's see if we can get this gas finished off and then I'll knock it on the head. I'm going to get a game of Crystal Collapse in with Max and start looking at the next load of stuff that we're looking at. we're not going to see the back, we're not going to see any of these thingy bits, so I've just got to try and smooth out the stomach, get this bit done. And then any of the anatomy we're not going to see, I'll just disregard and ignore. No, turds. V. That's what happens. Evil Marksman, how you doing? I don't do Tabletop Simulator now. The stuff at the Tabletop Simulator, the poly count needs to be much lower than what I'm producing. So I've done a couple of models where we kind of decimated them down and we put them in there, but the problem is by the time you've got these models like ready to rock, you've lost so much definition in them. It's not worth. It's just not worth doing it, to be honest. So yeah, we've looked at it. We've had a go. We've attempted it a few times, but it's it never quite works out. I think I'll show you one of the ones we did. Because they all need retopologizing, you see, and that's not what I do. Where is it in there? Yeah, I'll just show you one of the ones we did that was. It was decimated down to the point where it would go into Tabletop Simulator, and I'm not a fan. And obviously you need to then also have it not decimated. You have to have it coloured. Well, this was actually too high poly to go in there a little, just by a touch, but you can see how, like, from a distance it looks alright, but then when you zoom in and you get up close, you've got the tessellation everywhere. So they can go in, but you're going to lose a lot in translation. In theory, you can take the models and do what you like with them. You know, I mean, if you want to decimate them down further, you put them into Tabletop Simulator. That's possible, but you're definitely gonna lose out on it. Just delete this for a sec. Yeah, it's a bit of an issue with the format. Another one. You're on a roll, lady. I thought you said you only do like 12 models a year, 16 models ever kind of thing, or 16 characters ever, and you're submitting like 3 in a row. That'd be hard work for you. Fair play. Keep you on your toes then. Sometimes you want to be challenged, but sometimes you just need that little bit of breathing space, don't you? Yeah, the toughest one I've worked on lately is that sci-fi trooper I've been doing for Joe. I mean, he's a lovely bloke, and I think he's well aware that his designs are very, very complicated. It's caused me a lot of problems and a lot of delays. So I'd only budgeted like four sessions, I think, and I'm on about 6 now. And it still hasn't finished, so I've got to get him. I need to get him sorted out this week. I need to get them ones wrapped up and delivered to him, I think. It's not fair to keep him waiting for a long time. You're still going to be doing it. If you have you resigned yourself now that it's not going to happen? can make yourself do it. Cheers, Bunker. I'm not in a mad rush though. I just want to try and get this one finished so it's job done then. I would say I think normally I'd have Max kind of ringing me and kind of chasing me down. But I know today his wife's out of town with the daughter, so he's all on his own in the house. And he's recently purchased Final Fantasy 16, and I know full well that he's vegging out on that at the moment, so he'll be binging his way through that game. So I'm sure he won't mind an extra 15 minutes or so just to get some more gaming in. Gav, how you doing? Not sculpting for 34 years. Miniature hobby. So painting miniatures for 34 years. I've been sculpting miniatures for over 20 though. So I started sculpting in green stuff. That was 39. I've been painting models since I was 5 years old though, so yeah, so I started sculpting 20 odd years ago when I was probably about it's probably more than that. I'd have been about 5. I'd have been about 13, 12, 13 when I was kind of nah, well, I am in my 30s, just late 30s. You're right, Aisley, I'm the employee of the month, I am. I mean, I'm the only employee, so. Although that's not strictly true, actually. The wife's an employee too. That's it. Overtime and bonuses. I might leave this guy naked here. You know, I was going to give him like a little loincloth or something, but it feels pointless. Well. That's all he needs. There we go. Almost done there, bunker. Oh, there we go. One cloaked ghast. Done. So I need to get number 2 done at some point, which will not be tomorrow because tomorrow I'm on non-live again. Right. So guys, thank you all for joining me today. So if you want to come back and join me tomorrow, we're going to finish off the second part of this lovely lady. I'm going to pop up on the reference at the corner. Come on. What's going on? Oh, hang on. My Streamlabs is lagging. There we go. This little gribbly bugger in the corner. So I started her on Thursday, I think it was last week. So I'm going to be finishing her off tomorrow. So that'll be getting done then. And what do you call it? Yeah, I'll probably be back carrying these guys on maybe on Wednesday. So we'll see. Right, then, guys, let's have a little gander. See who is on for a bit of a raid. What did I do? Oh, another bit of a. There we go then. Let's do this one because this guy's doing some digital sculpting as well. So we'll pass you off light for light. Let's do that then. Good shout. Let me get this guy followed. Figure this one out. Right, guys, so thank you all very much for joining me today. So having a little look, he's doing some digital sculpting, making a crab lad, it says. So let's go and raid him now, and we will see you guys soon. Tomorrow, hopefully. So thanks again, and catch you later, taters. See you later. Bye.